All right, I believe we're live. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Well, every time I'm walking down the street, some pretty mama, she starts breaking down on me, start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, woo, it'll make you lose your mind. I can't walk these streets now, contemplate my mind. Some no good woman, she starts breaking down, start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, woo, it'll make you lose your mind. Now you Saturday night women, you love to hate and clown. You don't do nothing but tear a good man's reputation down. Start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, woo, it'll make you lose your mind. Now I give my baby a 99 degree. She jumped up and threw the pistol down on me. Start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, woo, it'll make you lose your mind. I can't walk these streets now, contemplating me. Some pretty mama start breaking down on me. Start breaking down. Please stop breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, woo, it'll make you lose your mind. Switch guitars. Also grab a slide. Gypsy woman told my mother before I was born, you got a boy child coming, gonna be a summer gun. He gonna make pretty women jump and shout, and the world wanna know what is this all about. You know what I mean? Everybody knows I'm in. Everybody knows I am. I got a black cat bone. I got a mojo too. I got Johnny Conqueroo. I'm gonna mess with you. I'm gonna make you girls lead me by my hand. Then the world's gonna know I'm a hoochie coochie man. All I mean, everybody knows I'm in. I'm a hoochie coochie man. Everybody knows I am. the 7th hour, on the 7th day, on the 7th month, the 7th doctor saying he was born for good luck, and that you'll see. I got $700, and don't you mess with me, but I am. Everybody knows I am. I'm a hoochie coochie man. Everybody knows I am. Brian says 2 in the morning here. Yeah, pretty early over there in Europe. Or late, early, however you want to look at it. Dr. Pop says same. At my age, I should know better. Said I'm in my 40s, like still staying up till like 4 or 5 in the morning. Anyway, welcome to the electronic juke joint, y'all. I'm going to get myself a beer. We got chickens. We've got fucking algorithmically demoted expletives and stuff. So play some background music. Alright, what a fucking beer, yeah. See, Keith Peterson sends me $5. He says, hello from Pompano Beach, Florida. What's up, man? How you doing? Thank you very much for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like showing me some love, send me a tip to the super chat tip bucket. That $sign there below the chat box. Especially like requests and stuff like that. I'm probably more likely to play them if I know them. Let's see. Yeah, it says, what's up? How you doing, man? Ismo Shakakaka cold beer. Dr. Pop says, let's see. I've been here for a bit. So many have missed. What's that behind you? Was there where there was a drum kit? Seems to be young chickens. Yeah. There's chickens in there. I wish they would shut up. I want to get them out of here pretty soon to get them in a coop, but they're really young. Keith sends me another $10. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a lot. He says, Edward, did you learn that Primus song? Not really. I'm a blues singer, but but thank you very much. I'll play you a little bit of it. Thank you for that super chat, man. Super chat's much appreciated around here. Okay, Rogue Univibe going on here. Okay, there we go. It's way out of tune. I had it in a gig bag. Anyway, let me see here. Keith sends me $20 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot, sir. Thank you very much for your generosity there. Woke up this morning, feeling around for my shoes. Well, you know I got the walking blues. Well, got up this morning, feeling around for my shoes. Well, you know about that, baby, I got the walking blues. Well, I got up this morning, got to go ride the blind. I'm just 25 and I don't mind dying. Well, got up this morning, got to go ride the blind. I'm just 25, baby, and I don't mind dying. Well, people tell me that the walking blues ain't so bad. The worst old feeling that I ever had. Well, people tell me the walking blues ain't bad. Worst old feeling that I ever had. Lonesome home. Got up this morning, my little Bernice was gone. Well, I feel like blowing my own lonesome home. Got up this morning, my little Bernice was gone. Let's see, Scott Whitaker sends me a $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like showing me a little bit of love, go down to the dollar sign there below the chat box there. Matt Evans says, hi, Ed, I can't sleep again. 2 a.m. here, sore throat, but sick maybe. You should do a YouTube video on the top 5 blues instrumentals. What would be on there apart from Hideaway? Let me see. Think about that a second. Couple of songs by Freddie King, probably like Sidetrack was a good one. Maybe a few off of that instrumental album he did. What else? Probably Guitar Rag I would put on there. And Julian says, "Wow, so some Robert Johnson. You know, Edward, your resonator looks a bit funny. Why does it have 7 tuning pegs instead of 6? It ought to have just 6. Yeah, just 6 on there." Scott Whitaker sent me a super chat. He said, "Devil Got My Woman" by Skip James. All right, I'll try that. I still remember it. Thank you very much for that super chat. All right, I got to retune this thing. D minor. And Scott sent me another $4.99. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot. Super chats are much appreciated around here. It's been a long time since I played Devil Got My Woman. I might fuck it up. Let's see. Got it here. Rather be the devil than to be that woman, man. Be the devil and to be that woman, man. Lay down last night and I tried to take my rest. Lay down last night, try to take my rest. My mind started rambling about wild geese from the west, from the west. Woman that I love, woman that I love, woman that I love, took her from my best friend. She got lucky, stole her back again. weekend. Stowed up back again. Keith sends me a $5 super chat. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it a whole lot. And he says, everybody, if you want Edward to play, you need to pay. If you want Edward to play, you're more likely to play request if you send me a super chat. Yeah. JT Davis says, "What's up, lads? How you doing, man?" Julian said, "You gonna do a whiskey shot? You got some Irish whiskey on you?" Yeah, I got a little bit. We'll do some. Scott Whitaker sends me another $4.99. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot. Let's go ahead and do one. Shit. All right. Well, we got Scotch and Irish. We got Jameson's Irish whiskey. We got some Scotch here, a Cutty Sark Scotch. Y'all tell me which one. Scotch or Irish? Put them votes in the chat there. Brian says Scotch. All right. Scott says corn liquor. Matthew says Scotch. Matt Evans, calling him Matthew like his fucking gun smoke or something. God damn, Matthew, we're gonna have to go out there and shoot them boys. James Laura says Shine. Dr. Pop says Irish. Keith says coffee. Looks like it's gonna be Scotch. People are putting Shine as a write-in. Let me see. I have to wait on the corn liquor. Damn, I ain't that drunk yet. Let's do the Scotch. Let's do the Scotch. Where'd that shit go? Okay, I've lost my bottle of Scotch. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I don't remember Cutty Sark being that damn light colored. Wow, that just looks like fucking pee, man. Yeah, that's regular old Cutty Sark. Okay, well. They've lightened up a little bit. All right. Here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pie, Prost, Skull, Slancha, all that good stuff. Right down the hatch with some Cutty Sark. Well, tastes fine. Let's see, Scott says, what's in the box behind there? It looks like dinner. Yeah, it's just a bunch of baby chickens. I'm going to get eggs off of them, like when they grow up. They're not really meat chickens, they're just egg chickens. James says, I think the color is from the barrels unless RFK doesn't allow them to use a brown food coloring in their recipe. A lot of scotches do use caramel color, believe it or not. Some of the expensive ones, too. Matt Evans says, you ever tried a hot drink called Horlicks? It's made from sweet malted milk. I've never heard of that. Don't think I've tried that. Julian says, Irish whiskey for me, please. Keith Peterson sends $10 super chat. Thank you very much for that. He says, Ed, jam a fan favorite. All right, I'll do that for you. Thank you very much for that there, Keith. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I'm so in love with your woman, I don't know what to do. I'm going down to Santa Gonna get me a mojo hand. Going down to Santa Gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm gonna have all you women right under my command. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on me. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Matt says, remember the time Austin Powers lost his mojo? yeah, I remember that movie back in the 90s and shit. Stormy Monday, Tuesday is just sad. Well, they call me Stormy Monday, Tuesday is just sad. Wednesday's worse, baby. Thursday's just so bad. Well, the eagle flies on Friday. Saturday I go out and play. flies on Friday. Saturday I go out and play. Sunday I go to church and I get down on my knees and pray. Lord have mercy, baby. Lord have mercy on me. Lord have mercy, baby. My poor heart's in misery. He bring my baby back on home to me. All right, we got a few super chats here. Brian Marcus sends me £5. Thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot. And then he sends me another £2. Thank you once again. And Dakota sends me $20. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate that a whole lot. He says, do you know any Howlin Wolf? I'll do some Howlin Wolf for you. All right. Matt says, I bet you use heavy strings, don't you? I'm not a real man, so I use 8s. I think this guitar's got 10s on it. Some guitars I got have 9s. I got one guitar with 11s, but I usually stick with 10s and 9s. And Keith says, yes, Edward has not wasted hundreds on cigarettes. Right. All right, let's do some Howlin Wolf. After I get a swaller of my beer. Do some acoustically. He sends another super chat for $2. He says, check out Ed's high quality merchandise. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for that plug there. Appreciate that, Keith. Yeah, the merchandise is linked below. Got albums for sale. That's linked below in a different link. And I got a store that sells like t-shirts and coffee mugs and stuff like that. And the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. Let's see. Matt says, Ed, you ever have to cancel a gig due to finger style injury or a callus tearing off? Not really. Never for finger injuries. I've had to cancel them because of like my back being fucked up before. A spoonful of diamonds, could be a spoonful of gold, just a little spoon of your precious love, satisfy my soul. Men lies cries about a little. Some of them cries about a little. Some of them dies about a little. But everything fighting about the spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. With everything fighting about the spoonful. Spoonful of coffee, could be a spoonful of tea, just a little spoon, a little 45, good enough for me. Men cries about her, some of them cries about her, some of them dies about her. But everything fighting about the spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Spoon that, spoon that, spoonful. Everything fighting about the spoonful. Spoonful of water, save you from the desert sand. Just a little spoon, a little 45, save you from another man. Men lies about her, some of them cries about her, some of them dies about her. Everything fighting about the spoonful. Spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. Spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. Spoon, little spoon, little spoonful. Everything they're fighting about the spoonful. Some Howlin Wolf right there. Keith Peterson sends me another $10. Thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot. Thank you for your generosity there, Keith. Wapud Blue says, you're a real man and use eights. You answered the question before I even asked. I've never used eights myself. I'd probably break the hell out of them. I don't know. I've never tried them. Matt Evans says this song is about kids fighting over the last serving of Cheerios. Well, let's see. The early version that Charlie Patton wrote, it was about cocaine. And this version, I think, was about like chicks or something. Yeah. Matt says, I was breaking a ridiculous number of high E strings when practicing Albert King bends, like 6 in a week. Eventually, I realized I should pick more lightly. Yeah, the 8-gauge strings, like, yeah, I'd probably be breaking the hell out of those in the middle of shows. I heard Billy Gibbons uses like 7s or 8s or some weird shit like that. I think B.B. King used something like that too. fucked that one right up. Take two. Early this morning, when you knocked upon my door, early this morning, when you knocked upon my door, I said, hello, Satan, I believe it's time to go. Me and the devil was walking side by side. Me and the devil was walking side by side. Then I'm gonna beat my woman, and I get satisfied. She says she don't see why you would dog me around. She says she don't see why you will dog me around. It must be that old evil spirit so deep down in the ground. You may bury my body down by the highway side. You may bury my body down by the highway side. So my old evil spirit can catch a greyhound buzzing right. Robert Johnson. Keith Peterson sends me another $10. He says, Edward Phillips, thank you very much there, Keith. Appreciate your generosity. Super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like showing me some love? Throw a little money in the tip bucket. Makes me way more likely to play requests and stuff. Just that $sign below the chat box there. Taylor Langley says, I played some blues for some villagers in the Philippines. They love the shit. Never heard it before. Actually, I've done that too, kind of in a way. I'll tell you the story. Let's see, Swamp Donkey says, very cool, Ed. Thanks. Appreciate that. Master Guitar Slayer says, hell yeah. He's got a picture of Robert Johnson on his profile right there, looks like. I actually played a Filipino birthday party one time right here in South Carolina. Like this local guy who was a friend of a friend, he had married a Filipino woman, and she had a lot of family members over here, and they had a big Filipino birthday party. And I went down there and played blues, and they just kind of stared at me like I was a fucking weirdo or something. I didn't know they were into like the Beatles. I could have played them some Beatles and popular stuff like that, but they had no idea what I was playing. Matt Evans says, Philippines, very musical country, isn't it? Scott said, Triple O, sounds great. Yeah, Wapud says, I use 11 gauge strings. Once had to borrow a friend's guitar, and he had like 7 or 8s. Felt like I was using rubber bands. I got one guitar with 11s on it. Scott Whitaker sends me another $4.99. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot, man. Oh, and he got a stack of Lee. Yeah, we'll do some stack of Lee. Do I have a, let me see, got a capo? Matt says, you hear about the Beatles movies coming out in a few years. I think they're making 4 of them. Like, about each one, like individually. Yeah, I never heard about that. Shit. some Mississippi John Hurt. Police officer, how can it be? You can arrest everybody but Cruel Stackley, oh that bad man. Cruel Stackley. Billy DeLine told Stackley, please don't take my life. I got 2 little babies and a darling loving wife, oh that bad man. Oh Cruel Stackley. What do I care about your 2 little babies and your darling loving wife? You done stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life, oh that bad man. Oh Cruel Stackley. When I spotted Billy DeLine, he was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Cruel Stackley. They all gathered round, hands held up high. And when they killed him, they was glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Cruel Stackley. Gentlemen of the jury, what do you think of that? Stackley shot Billy DeLine over $5 Stetson hat. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Cruel Stackley. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Cruel Stackley. And Keith sends me another $20. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot. He said he gives me the lyrics to that Primus song that I only know about a third of. And he wants to hear it again. All right, we'll do it again. We'll do some Primus and the show known for 90s alternative metal, the Ed Phillips blues juke joint. Okay, see if I can get the lyrics right this time. Sticking body, sticking body, sticking body. Yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. These are the colors of the 7. All right. And Matt Evans says a link to a story about the Beatles movies. Let's see what they have to say here. Let's pull it up and read it. Fab Four Films, Who's Who in the Beatles, a 4-film cinematic event from Sam Mendes. Groundbreaking project is on the horizon for music films and film fans. The Beatles 4-film cinematic event, directed by Oscar winner Sam Mendes. 4 biopics, each focusing on one member of the Fab Four, will be released in theaters April 2028, creating is what's been dubbed the first bingeable theatrical experience. Damn, that sounds pretty fucking cool. I'll have to check that out when it comes out. All right. Brotsman Zach says phony Beatlemania has bitten the dust. Joe Strummer. Yeah, that was from London Calling. Yep. Joe Strummer was kind of a phony motherfucker. Like, just ask Crass. Let me see. Let's see. Keith Peterson says, nice, appreciate that. James Law says, I hope they use Bingo in those films. Like Bingo the dog? I don't know. Brian says, Johnny Appleseed. Ever going to Tennessee, bro? I've been there a few times. I don't know of any future plans to come there, like in the immediate future. I've been to Nashville and been to fucking Memphis and been to Pigeon Forge. Hang on. It's about time for another shot. Let me see here. What are we going to put on the table? All right, here we go. We got some Hennessy cognac. There's some classic shit from France. And we got some Irish whiskey here, some Jameson's Irish whiskey. Y'all tell me. Let's see. Yeah, cognac or Irish? Watching a man tune a 12 string is riveting content. But you gotta tune them. They never stay in tune. So we got a vote for Irish. We got a vote for Hennessy. We're tied now. Matt Evans says, I weighed Back to the Future 3 with my. I went to Back to the Future 3 with my 12-year-old son. Flea is in it briefly, and my son knew who he was. Surprised me. He's learning bass, but still surprised he recognized a young Flea. Well, I guess if he's into Flea playing bass, like he's on the right track then. Brian says, I'm only here for the banjo. I might pick it up in a minute. Who's going to win this shootout between Irish and Hennessy? Put them votes in there. We know what kind of shot to take. Wake up, mama. Turn your whole lamp down low. Wake up, mama, turn your What have you got the nerve to try Papa Mag till we don't know? Mother died, left me reckless. My daddy died and left me wild, wild, wild. Mother died, left me reckless. My daddy died and left me wild, wild, wild. Well, I ain't good looking, but I'm sure so sweet girl's angel child. She's a mighty mean woman, do a meanest way. Mighty mean woman, do meanest way. When I leave here, I'm going back to stay. You get this Savannah, you know he didn't stop. Well, you should have seen him climbing when he got to boil the hardware. Reach him in the corner, bring me my traveling shoes. Well, you know by that I got them streets of Pearl. Mother tell your sister, sister tell your auntie, can tell your uncle now, uncle tell your friends. Well, going up the country, baby, don't you wanna go? I'll take a fair brown, I might take one or two more. Mother got him, auntie got him, uncle got him, brother got him, I got him. Well, reach over in the corner, bring me my traveling shoes. Well, you know by that I got them states Pearl blues. Bit of Willie McTell. Some Piedmont style blues from Georgia. Let's see who won the votes here. I think Hennessy might have won. Okay. Yeah, looks like it did. Yeah, okay, we'll have a shot of Hennessy. Matt says Ed has to play banjo early in the stream while still sober. Yeah, yeah. Can't play banjo drunk. Yeah. I got a few super chats here, I think. Or one, yeah. Keith Peterson sends me $2, says mushroom coffee. Uh-oh, he's getting fucked ass up over there. Well, thank you very much for that, Keith. I appreciate that a whole lot. Sebastian says, hey, brother, I made it in. Me and Mom and Aunt Debbie are glad to see a snowstorm here once again. Oh, shit. It's rained here all day, and it's still hot as hell. I think it's about to cool off here. It was like 70-something degrees here today. James says, Punk's not dead. I kind of watched it die, like, had a front row seat to it. But, let's see. Scott says, corn liquor plus banjo. Brian says, Punk is good. It used to be. Matt says, you know why they don't have banjos on Star Trek? Because it's the future, right? Right. Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm still surprised banjos exist now. All right, some Hennessy cognac. Brian says, I play banjo well lit and stoned, and I get paid for it. Shit. I got to be sober to play one. I mean, very hard instrument. Let's see. Matthew Felty sends $5. He says, what a song to tune in on. It's been a minute. Wow. Well, thank you very much for that super chat, man. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. Thank you for that, man. All right. Matthew says, that said, Bella Flex shreds that thing. Yeah, he's really good. All right, let's do this cognac here. Cheers, Slantia, Kim Pie, L'chaim, Prost, Skull, all that good stuff. Fine cognac there. Sharon Rucker says, Rucker's my name at Pointless, Texas. What's up? Let's ruin some banjo music and make Earl Scruggs turn over in his grave. Ladybug on there. Ooh, this thing's out of tune. Kind of a half-ass banjo player. Still going out of tune. Do I have a capo for this thing? Where's the banjo capo? Oh, it's on the other banjo. Shit. Guess I'll play the old aggravating one. Thing sounds bad. Like all that moisture like gets into fucking banjo head here, this calf skin head, makes it too loose. The humidity. Down the road here from me, there's an old Honda tree where you lay down, down. jug full of that old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew, and them that refuse it up you. I'll hush up my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Well, Mr. Roosevelt told him just how he felt when he heard that the dry law gone through. If your liquor's too red, it'll swell up your head. Better stick to that old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew, and them that refuse it up you. I'll hush up my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Well, my brother Bill's got a still on the hill where he makes him a gallon or two. The buzzers in the sky get so drunk they can't fly. Better stick to that old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew, and them that refuse it up you. I'll hush up my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew, and them that refuse it up you. I'll hush up my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Alrighty. Keith Peterson sends me a $5 super chat. He says, Edward Phillips, thank you very much for that, Keith. Appreciate your generosity tonight, man. And Brian Marcus sends me £5. Thank you, man. Thank you for that. Keith says, audio quality is outstanding. Cool. Sharon Rucker says, Sharon L. Rucker likes this content. Well, I appreciate it. Let's see. Brian Marcus, he says, old Uncle Snort was $1 short. I think the line I used was, my brother Art, he's sawed off and short, only measured 4'2" or something like that. Sebastian says, great job, man. Tight picking. Appreciate that very much. I wore my wrist out. Well, I guess while we're still on the bluegrass segment, what's one? Some Stanley Brothers. Stone walls and steel bars, love on my mind. I'm a 3-time loser and I'm long gone this time. Jealousy has wrecked my young life, all for the love of another man's wife. I had it coming on the end of the line. No more stone walls and steel bars, you on my mind. Stone walls and steel bars, love on my mind. I'm a 3-time loser and I'm long gone this time. Gray-haired warden, deep Frisco Bay, guards all around me, leading my way. I had it coming, I've known all the time. on my mind. Stone walls and steel bars, love on my mind. I'm a three-time loser and I'm long gone this time. I'm a three-time loser and I'm long gone this time. I'm a three-time loser and I'm long gone this time. Scott says, slept the dog, spit in the fire. I guess I'll play the old aggravating one. I've been married to her 30 years. Keith Peterson sends me a $10 super chat. He says, Mountain Dew. I just played that when you want me to repeat it. I can do it. I'll do an acoustic version of it, like instead of the banjo, I'll play it on the guitar. Shit. But thank you very much for that $10 right there, Keith. I do appreciate that. Let's see. Let's sing some of the different verses that I didn't sing a while ago. Well, my Uncle Snorty sold off and short only measured 4 feet 2. But it feels like a giant when you give him a pint of that good old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew, and him that refuse it I feel. I'll hush up my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Told him just how he felt when he heard that the dry law gone through. Your liquor's too red, it'll swell up your head. Better stick to that old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew, and him that refuse it off you. I'll hush up my mug and fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. The preacher rode by with his head high, stood high, saying his wife had come down with the flu. He thought that I ought to sell him a quart of that good old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew, and him that refuse it are few. I'll hush up my mug when he fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Brian says, walk Dotson territory. Doc Watson. I was just playing what they played on the record on Mountain Dew when the Stanley Brothers did it. Dak Januels. Taylor says, same song back to back. Yeah, somebody slipped me a super chat to do it. Keith says, Edward, can you fit in another Mountain Dew? Yeah, just did for you. Taylor says, just loop Mountain Dew the entire stream. Right. Keith says auto type. Okay. Brian Marcus says, yeah, play Mountain Dew all night. Shit. Let's do the thrash metal version of it. Oh, yeah, that old Mountain Dew. I'll hush up my mug, you can fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. All right. Let me restart. Let me refresh the page really quick and refresh the chat. My damn shit's getting a little glitchy here. Hang on one second. Keith Peterson sends me another $5. Thank you very much for your generosity there, Keith. He says, Edward Phillips. Thank you, man. See what we're going to do here. And you know, you sweet little love maker. Fox said, gonna take you home, no. Well, I won't do you no harm, no. Got to be all mine, all mine. Foxy lady. I see you down on the scene, yeah. Ooh, Foxy. Well, you make me wanna get up and scream. Foxy. Made up my mind. Tired of wasting all my precious time, yeah. Got to be all mine, Foxy lady. I won't do you no harm, no. Got to be all mine, all mine. Here I come, baby. I'm coming to get you. Foxy lady, yeah. You look so good. Couple of super chats. Keith Peterson sends $5, says new favorite. Thank you very, very much for that, man. I appreciate it. Brian Marcus sends £5. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate that very much. Sebastian says, great job, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. This thing will never tune. Shit. You know them old records sound like shit? It's a combination of this and bad equipment. Taylor says, now play some Nickelback. Perhaps some Fred Durst. Oh, shit. Well, takes me a second to get a beer out of there because it's like behind the fucking bottle of champagne I'm saving for when Fred Durst gets eaten by fucking dingoes or something. Oh, shit. Got a little volcano going on here. There's a great big mystery, and it sure is worrying me. There's a Diddy Wa Diddy. There's a Diddy Wa Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wa Diddy mean. Got a little girl about 4 feet 4. Said, now, mama, now, give me some more. Yo, Diddy Wa Diddy. Yo, Diddy Wa Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wa Diddy mean. I got out and I looked around. Somebody said, now look who's in town. Mr. Diddy Wa Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wa Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wa Diddy mean. I went to church with my hat on the seat. Girl said, Daddy, you sure is sweet. Mr. Diddy Wa Diddy. Mr. Wa Diddy, too much Mr. Diddy Wa Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wa Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wa Diddy means. All right. A hard-ass song on the hardest to play guitar that I own. Keith sends me another $10. He says, Edward Phillips, thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a whole lot there, Keith. Very generous, man. He says, guitar strings are not free. Please keep your guitar player. What Jimmy Rogers would sound like on this thing. The father of country music, who was basically a fucking blues singer. T for Texas, T for Tennessee. Well, T for Texas, T for Tennessee, and T for Thelma, that girl that made a rag out of me. If you don't want the woman, you sure don't have to stall. If you don't want the woman, you sure don't have to stall. I can get more women than a passenger train can haul. Jump and fall. Rather drink muddy water, sleep in a hollow log. Rather drink muddy water, sleep in a hollow log, than be in Atlanta, treated like a dirty dog. Gonna buy me a pistol with a great long shiny barrel. Gonna buy me a pistol with a great long shiny barrel, and shoot that rounder stole away my gal. Jimmy Rogers, the guy who kind of a little bit invented country music. Basically a Mississippi blues singer. Jeffrey Albertson's in the house. He says, what's up, party people and Ed? Old Temple Glasser. Let me see. Scott says, good job, bro. Good night to all. All right, you have a good one there, Scott. Antonio says, you're the blues. Appreciate that. Getting this in a slide tuning. This guitar is way easier to play slide on. But which one? Let's see. We'll do open D. So Temple Glasser did a version of that song. Didn't realize it was an older song. Yeah, yes, Jimmy Rogers. That's from like the 20s or 30s. It's just one of his what they call blue yodels. I'm not sure which number it was. Was it blue yodel number 7 or what? Yeah, he yodels like Jimmy Rogers does. Here's somebody else that played one of these little guitars. Let's see. We'll do some Charlie Patton. How about that? It says Tomple. Oh, I just read that. It's all a spoon. All that. These women going crazy. Every day the life out of. Would you kill a man dead? Yes, I will. All about most every man is a fool about that doctor's dying way at Hot Springs. All about oh baby, I'm a fool about that. Put me in parchment, doing lifetime. All about yeah baby, oh you know I need that. Don't take me long, how to get that. Creation is these women going crazy. Don't fight about them. Gonna slap the judge. All about I get home, get up, wanna fight. All about all that, baby. Oh, you know I need that. Kill a man dead, yes I will. All about oh babe, I'm a fool about that. All that, baby. Oh, you know I need that spoonful. So Charlie Patton right there, the so-called father of the Delta Blues. That song was put out in about 1929. Rolling over stuff here. Another swallow of beer here. Is the chat frozen up on me? Let's play one by Charlie Patton's friend, Sunhouse. began to shout. Well, one sister jumped up. She began to shout. Said, you know, I'm so glad, baby, this corn liquor's going out. Well, another deacon jumped up. Why don't you hush? Well, another deacon jumped up. Why don't you hush? Said, you know, you drink's corn liquor, baby, and your wine's a horrible scourge. Well, I was in the pulpit, I was jumping up and down. Well, I was in the pulpit, I was jumping up and down. Well, my sister's in the corner, hollering Alabama bound. Well, I grabbed up my suitcase and I took off down the road. Well, I grabbed up my suitcase, baby, and I took off down the road. I said, farewell, church. May the good Lord bless your soul. Well, I wish I had, baby, a heaven of my own. Well, I wish I had, baby, a heaven of my own. I'd give all my women a good old happy home. And I'm gonna choose, baby, my seat and sit down. I'm gonna choose, baby, choose my seat and sit down. But when the spirit comes, baby, I want you to jump right up and down. Sun House on the 120-year-old parlor guitar. Keith Peterson sends me $5. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a whole lot, sir. He says outstanding. Well, everything sounds outstanding when you're drinking mushroom coffee, doesn't it? Thank you very much for that super chat there. About a shot. Y'all got any suggestions for a shot? We got, let's see what we're going to put on the table here. We got some Cuddy Sark Scotch whiskey, the cheap shit. And we got some Hennessy, some cognac by Hennessy. Y'all tell me cognac or scotch. My old hat on tonight. I got the hat that I made my first YouTube video in. The hat I played gigs in for probably the past 10 years. James says Hennessy. Matthew says scotch. more votes than that. Come on, y'all, don't be shy. Put them votes in there. Tell me what y'all want to see me drink. Let's see. Christian Cavaro Bias. Christian Cavaro Bias says he sends $1.99 on his super chat. Says Henny. All right, we'll do the Henny. Well, you know, got a super chat from him. I guess I'll let him win the election there. I do take bribes. So we'll do the Henny. Thank you very much for that super chat there, Christian. All right. Taylor says, drink some Mad Dog 2020. Oh, shit. I drank Mad Dog for the first time and the last time when I was 18 years old. I funneled some of it, and I'll never drink that shit again. The sickest I've ever been. Taylor says, I drank some bum wine one time and thought I turned into Jesus. I've done the fucking Mad Dog, and I've done Thunderbird too. I did the Thunderbird one and only time. All right, here we go. Some Henny. Good old French cognac. Cheers, Prost, Skull, Slantia, L'Chaim, Kim Pie, all that good stuff right down the fucking gullet. Keith says, Edward Phillips. That's my name. Matthew says, funneled? I bet you were sick. Yeah. That was a bad night. I got sick as shit that night, yeah. About 18 years old, hanging out with some punks, like some punk rock guys. And, you know, back then, we weren't old enough to buy alcohol, so we had to, you know, get the cheapest shit we could get, like to get the fucking, whoever we were paying to get it for us from the gas station. Taylor says, I don't know what the hell they put in that stuff, but it's not just liquor. Matthew says, sounds like my St. Ides nights as a teen. Blackie Ted says, funny, this tape doesn't taste like scotch. Shit. And duct tape don't taste like duck either. Oop, wrong slide. Oh, and $20 super chat. We'll do the fucking rattlesnake shot of doom. That will have 1 part's absinthe, 1 part scotch, and 1 part's Irish whiskey in there. The absinthe's what gives it a kick. So $20 super chat. I'll do that. Taylor said, you know, once I had a woman. I don't think I've heard that one. Telephone every every town I know. I'm gonna write me a letter, telephone every town I know. If I don't find her in Mississippi, I'll find her in West Memphis, I know. I don't want no woman, want every downtown man she meets. I don't want no woman, want every downtown man she meets. She's a no good donate, shouldn't allow her on the street. Broke up my happy home. All right. Old ass parlor guitar, the Marquette by Lyon and Healy, made about 1900. It's a fucking parlor guitar. Sounds like an old ass record. Tune down to D minor. Well, these hard times are here everywhere you go. Well, these times are harder they've been before. You know that people are drifting from door to door, and they can't find no heaven no matter where they go. People, if I ever get up in a song, killing floor, well, I'll never get down this road no more. When you hear me singing this old lonesome song, where your hard times can't last so long. You know, you say you had money, but you better be sure all these hard times will kill you just to drag on slow. James right there. Some of the weirder, kind of spookier Delta blues. He came from Bentonia, Mississippi. They call that style the Bentonia School. Kind of a sub-genre of blues music, like it's a sub-genre of Delta blues. Keith Peterson sends me a $10 super chat. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot. He says, Edward Phillips in the super chat. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Keith says, everybody have to leave a little bit of a tip for the guitar player. Hello. Yeah, I do appreciate those. I'm basically busking here. I don't put ads on these live streams. You know, I'm way more likely to play requests, you know, if you tip me and shit. If you want to show me a little bit of love, go to that fucking $sign below the chat there and, you know, shoot me a few dollars. I would appreciate that. Throw something in the tip bucket. Also, got some albums you can pick up. You go down below in the description of the video. I've got this record called If the Creek Don't Rise. That's my electric album. I played all the instruments on it. And this is all originals. And we got this one here. It's called Edward Phillips Plays the Country Blues. This is all covers, like just old-ass blues songs, like Roll and Tumble and Shake 'Em On Down and stuff. Taylor says, I'll slide you a tip next week. I'm down this week. All right. In fact, here's one on that country blues album. Let me see. You could hold him in the palm of your hand. His papa cried out, there's a lonesome farewell. Son's gonna be a steel driving man, no, no. Son's gonna be a steel driving man. John and Ray went up the mountain and then looked down the other side. The mountain was so tall, John, it was so small. Laid down his hammer and he cried, Lord, Lord. Laid down his hammer and he cried. Said to his captain, I wanna go to bed. Well, fix me a pad that I wanna lie down. Got a mighty roaring in my head, Lord, Lord. I got a mighty roaring in my head. Cosmic Sunbeam says bong hit. Well, smoke them if you got them. I ain't got one on me, but you know, got plenty of the other stuff. Y'all don't be shy. Shoot me a few chats. I'd love to read what y'all have to think and stuff. Read what y'all have to think. I mean, read what y'all have to say and stuff. Brian says, I've been watching up on your streams online. Must go on for 5 hours. Some of them do, yeah. Fucking chickens back there. friend. Crawling up to your window, crawling up to your door. When you see me crawling, I be crawling on your floor. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Don't want you hanging around my maid, baby. Won't have you for my friend. Well, you know you call me crawling in the grass so very high. You know that I'm gonna be crawling until the day I die. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Don't want you hanging around my maid. Won't have you for my friend. To your window, crawling up to your door. When you see me crawling, I'll be crawling on your floor. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Don't want you hanging around my maid. Won't have you for my friend. Taylor says, "You ever had a chick stew?" Nah. I mean, at that size, I could probably pretend they're quail or something. And those are just laying chickens, though. They don't have enough meat on them to eat, really. Capo around here. Keith Peterson sends me another $5. He says, "Edward, jam one of your favorites for the fans." All right, I'll do that. Thank you very much for that $5. I appreciate that a whole lot. Y'all don't be shy about the chat either. I love answering questions, like, you know, the ones that aren't stupid. But hill country style blues. More rhythmic stuff from northern Mississippi. Your nightcap mama, baby, and your gown, well, night before day we gonna take 'em on down. Well, now my star love. Too much is dead to me through the week. Well, say deep chili pepper some more. Rainy day, well, now my star love. Ain't been to Georgia, baby, but I've been told, well, Georgia women's got the best jelly roll. Well, now my star love. Oh, maybe, and go to bed. Well, this white light and I'm gone to my head. Well, now must I love? Oh, must I shake 'em all down? CC Rider, baby, what you done? Well, call me to love you now. Your man done come, well, now must I love? Oh, must I shake 'em all down? Do something to me, baby. Don't know what it is. Well, getting me drunk of that old whiskey still. Well, now must I love? Oh, must I shake 'em all down? Shake 'em on down, Fred McDowell style, but with Booker White's lyrics, because I forgot Fred McDowell's lyrics. Dan the Coin Man says, CC Rider, see what you done. Nice. Yes, got that in there. I think that CC Mama or CC Rider, that was a common line in some blues songs back in the day. Then somebody made like a complete song out of it, which may have had lesbian connotations, actually. The first chick to sing it was a woman, and it was about like another woman, I believe. Like, yeah. Sitting on top of the world. I do them for super chats, you know, like requests and stuff. I do know that one. I'll tell you, like, like coins, man. Like I went to a coin shop, and like fucking, I don't know shit about coins really, but I know about history. This guy had some Roman coins in there, right? And he's like this Lebanese guy or something like that, and he was like, yeah, the Roman coins right there. They had this one for sale for like $20, and I saw, I knew who the emperor on it was. I was like, that's Antoninus Pius. Like, this has got to be worth more than $20. So I bought it from him for $20. Turned out to be worth $100. I fucked the coin shop guy because I knew history. Taylor says, "Damn, that's cheap." He's like, ancients, yeah. Yeah, it was like a Roman provincial coin. It wasn't from Rome. It was from Egypt. It was from Alexandria. Because like most of the coins they have, like that are Roman coins, are like later ones of, you know, fucking like all the crappy, like kind of going downhill Rome and stuff. But I recognize that emperor, like that was one of the earlier ones, you know. Yeah. I got nowhere to put nothing. Shit. in the spring, one summer day. My baby left me, and she went away. Now she's gone, I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. She called me up down in El Paso. Come back, Daddy, well, I love you so. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. You don't like my peaches, don't shake my tree. Stay out of my orchard, don't leave my peaches be. Now she's gone, I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Don't you come here running, holding out your hand. I got me a woman, like I got your man. Now she's gone, I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Was in the spring, one summer day. My baby left me, then she went away. Now she's gone, I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. There's one by the Mississippi Sheiks right there. I'm kind of doing more like a Doc Watson type of version of it. Keith sends me $10 in a super chat. He says, I have so many favorites, I can't even recommend one. Well, thank you very much for that super chat right there, Keith. I appreciate your generosity tonight, man. And he sends me another $1. Thank you very much for that, Keith. Those super chats are much appreciated around here. It's basically how you tip me and stuff. And let's see. Restis Pitsilides says, sounds great, boss, as always. Cool. Thank you very much, man. And Dan says, cooking brother, thank you very much. I want to play some Electrified shit. John says, what's up? Greetings from Nashville blues scene. Hope to catch a jam with you sometime soon. Best regards, Johnny Katz. What's up, man? Yeah. Need to get back up to Nashville one of these days. Take some of the gain off of this thing here. Blossom special about a train in Florida. Electrified shit. It's supposed to be a fiddle tune, but I did it on guitar. So yeah. Some delay here. Let me see. My delay pedal not working. There it is. What's up, y'all? Don't be shy about the chat. Don't sit there like a bunch of retards and drool on yourselves. Shit. What y'all got to say? Keith says he sends $2. He says, Edward Phillips, thank you very much for that, Keith Peterson. Appreciate that a whole lot. Stay tuned. Let's do Elvis's first song out on record, a blues song written by Arthur Crudup. That's All Right Mama from Sun Records. Here we go. Well, that's all right, Mama. That's all right with you. That's all right, Mama. Just any way you do, that's all right. That's all right. That's all right now, Mama. Any way you do. Well, Mama, she done told me. Papa done told me too. Son, that girl here fooling with, she ain't no good for you. No, that's all right. That's all right. That's all right now, Mama. Any way you do. I'm leaving town, baby, leaving town for sure. You won't be bothered with me hanging around your door. No, that's all right, that's all right. That's all right now, Mama, any way you do. Now that I need your love. That's all right. That's all right now, Mama, any way you do. That's all right now, Mama, any way you do. That's all right now, Mama, any way you do. Whaler's World says when one knows he is not smart enough to give a music comment, don't. You don't have to talk about music. You talk about whatever, you know. Keith Peterson sends $5. He says, Edward Phillips, thank you very much for that, man. Appreciate it, Keith. Super chats are the life of the show. $20 super chat. I'll do the fucking, what's it called? The rattlesnake shot of doom. Got 1 part scotch, 1 part Irish whiskey, and 1 part fucking absinthe. Wormwood absinthe. Cal says riff raff. Yeah, that's what that first one was. I like to play some of the more obscure AC/DC tunes. Like I'm kind of overdoing "You Shook Me All Night Long" and shit. Let's see. Taylor Langley says, what's the number one request you get while gigging? Tennessee whiskey. And I never play it. I don't know it. So, like I'll usually say, yeah, I don't know that one really. I'm sorry. Or, if I'm feeling kind of frisky and I'm a little drunk, I'll be like, yeah, I know it, but it ain't on that fucking set list, so I ain't fucking playing it. So, yeah, Kyle says, Bon Scott days were the best in my opinion. I kind of prefer the Bon Scott material myself. Seem the same, acting funny, but I don't know why. Excuse me while I kiss the sky. Rubber hands all around. Don't know if I'm coming up or down. Am I happy or in misery? Whatever it is, that girl put a spell on me. Help me. Help me. Tomorrow or just the end of time. Help me. Help me. Keith Peterson sends me another $10. He says, Edward Phillips, thank you very much, man. Been very generous tonight. Thank you for that, Keith. I appreciate you a whole lot, dude. The super chats are the life of the show. Y'all feel like showing me some love? Go to that $sign below the chat box there. That's basically how I take tips, you know. Sitting here busking basically on the street corner, the internet street corner. Cables out of my wah-wah pedal. He says, why can't you play that cool shit at the beginning of the live stream? I'm just kind of fucking around, you know, just doing stuff I like. You know, I'm like kind of dead in here tonight, like at this point at least. Hardly anybody talking, but yeah, I'm just kind of dicking around on the guitar, like you know, like beginning of the night, like I'm just mostly just doing blues stuff. It's a blues show, right? Taylor says, just go ahead and play the rest of the Woodstock set list. So he did Foxy Lady improvisation and Villanova joke. No, he did Purple Haze before he did the improv. Yeah. Sebastian says, awesome job, man. Appreciate that a whole lot. Cut this wah-wah pedal off before I forget. By the way, that's a Dimebag Darrell wah-wah pedal. I don't even listen to Pantera, but that's probably the best wah-wah pedal ever made. It's camouflage and has skateboard tape on it. It's a Dimebag Darrell Crybaby. Yeah. If you're ever in the market for a wah-wah pedal, that's the one to buy if you can find a good used one. I don't know if they still make them, but, you know. I did see Pantera, though, like, open up for Metallica. Got a few people like lighting up in the chat now, kind of being sociable and stuff. Jack Fishing says, did SD get a new screen name? No, I don't think I've seen him in here tonight. Like, most of the people in here have been speaking like proper fucking English and stuff that makes sense. So he definitely hadn't been in here tonight. Sebastian says, Wicked, one of my favorites since I was a kid. Link Ray, very underrated. He basically invented distortion with that song in 1958. The story goes his speaker had a hole in it. I think it was a Champ. It might have been a Champ. I've got a Champ from that era. Well, it's a replica of one from that era. I mean, it's pretty easy to crank it up and make it overdrive. It's a little tiny amp. I got a Champ from the 70s too. It's harder to make that one distort. I saw a video of like Jimmy Page talking about him, like, oh man, I love fucking Link Ray. Taylor says, Yak Fishing? No, I think that's Ron that got a new screen name. Is Ron in here? Yeah. I don't know if I don't think I've heard from him. He would have told me if he got a new screen name. Keith sends me $5. He says, Edward Phillips, thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate that a whole lot, man. Thank you for that super chat. Sebastian says, pre-Marshall Days, very aggressive track for the year. Oh, yeah. Even that first song that Chuck Berry did, Maybelline, that kind of had like a little bit of crackle in it too, like because he just had like a little cheap amp, and like after that when he got money he was like, don't play a clean amp now. Taylor says, I might be tripping. Rocket 88 had a little bit of distortion in it. That's what people call the first rock and roll song, actually. That was done at Sun Studios. They still got that amp there. Like had a fucked up speaker on it. Ike Turner was in that band. He was the piano player. He was like 17 years old. let's do a shot. I feel like doing a shot. What we're gonna do here? Oh, out of rum. Let's see. We don't have too many choices tonight, actually. Do a shootout between the Scotch and the Irish. Sebastian says, always thought that was one of the first rock and roll songs as well. That's All Right, Elvis's version, as well as That's All Right, Elvis's version. That's true. Oh, yeah. That was about, what, 55 or 54, 55 when he did That's All Right, Mama? You know, like Rocket 88 was like about, what, 51 or 52 or something like that. Matthew Felty sends me $2. He says, if the chat don't scroll, awesome music, Ed. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for that super chat. Super chats are indeed the life of the show, and I appreciate that a whole lot. Let's see. Sebastian says, Maybelline combined those elements May of 1954. And Yak says Elvis did it in 54. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, I kind of agree with, like, music historians that Rocket 88's, like, probably the first, like, bona fide rock and roll song. I don't know how popular it got at the time. I mean, but it does kind of sound like it would be the first rock and roll song. That's about 51, 52, something like that. Anyway, Cuddy Sark blended Scotch or some Jameson's triple distilled Irish whiskey? Y'all tell me, is Irish or Scotch? How that Chuck Berry song goes? Maybelline, why can't you be true? Well, Maybelline, why can't you be true? You done started back doing the things you used to do. Yeah. He's got too many lyrics in his songs. I can't remember half of them. I know the words to fucking Johnny Be Good and rock and roll music, and maybe about half the words to Roll Over Beethoven. Yak says Scotch. Y'all get them votes in there. Scotch or Irish, y'all? What do y'all say? It's an election where your vote actually counts. No swing states, none of that shit. Matthew says Scotch. All right. Keith says Edward Phillips. That's what they call me. If I had a better name, I'd use that one. Got 2 votes for Scotch. Any more votes? Scotch or Irish? They ought to be waking up over there in Europe about now. Taylor says Irish. Okay, 1 vote for Irish. Yak says, Ed, are those damn chickens in the studio? Yep. Yeah, they're right behind me. In that box back there. Bunch of what they call leghorns, but what chicken people call leghorns. You know, like foghorn, leghorn. We call them leghorns. They're just egg-laying chickens. Like every egg you've ever eaten in your life probably came from a leghorn. It looks like Scotch is going to win. This one we'll do a shot of Scotch. Says how many? 8. Just got them through the mail. Blues Rocker says, damn, almost missed this stream. Nice to see you back. What's up, man? How you doing? Okay, Scotch won that vote. Taylor says, how they come in the mail. Basically, when a chicken hatches, they suck the egg yolk up in their ass, right? And so that keeps them alive for like 3 or 4 days. Like, so you can send them in the mail and they'll be just fine as long as they can stay warm. And but they don't deliver them to your door, though. The post office calls you on the phone and says, come down here and get these goddamn things, right? God damn it. I'm rolling over shit. Okay, here we go. Let's do this shot here. Alrighty. From the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass available below in the Etsy shop. Here we go. Some Cuddy Sark Scotch. Cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pie, Nozdrovia, Slantia, Skull, all that good stuff. Let's see. Blues Rocker says, hope everything's all right with you. Doing pretty good. Yak Fishing says, they're for dinner or providing breakfast? Just eggs. These kind of chickens, like when they become adults, they don't have a lot of meat on them. They're not really good for eating. They're specifically bred for egg laying. Blues Rocker says, wife's in the hospital, has a bad case of pneumonia, needs prayers because she gets out of breath sitting in a chair and has been in the hospital since Tuesday. Well, damn, shout out the Blues Rocker's wife. I hope she pulls through that. God damn, I mean, thoughts and prayers, all that good stuff. Yeah, hope she kicks out of that one, Blues Rocker. Yak Fishing says, she doing okay, brother? Yeah, how's she doing right now? Hey, baby, don't you treat me wrong. Come and love you, daddy, all night long. All right. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. All right. Tell your mom, tell your pa, we're gonna take you back to Arkansas. All right. Don't do right. All right. See the gal with the diamond ring, she knows how to shake that thing, all right. Hey, hey, all right. Hey, see the girl with the red dress on, she gonna love her daddy all night long, all right. Hey, 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 hey. Baby, it's alright. Baby, it's alright. Baby, it's alright. Hey, hey. Alright. 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 Well, you make me feel so good. 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 Hey, hey. All right. Ready. Blues Rocker says, need to jam on some Ed Phillips just to make it through tonight. I'll take a huge toke in a minute. Smoke it if you got it, man. Blues Rocker says, oh, what I say? Tell me what I say. Georgia. All night through, listen to old sweet song, Georgia on my mind. Well, Georgia, Georgia, the peace I find. Sweet song like wind through the pine. Forgot the words. Shit. Little Ray Charles kick there. Let's see. Matthew Felty sends me $2. He says shuffle song. But you know how Hot Rod Lincoln riffs? I know the riff. I don't really know the words. It's got too many damn words in it. But I'll play a little bit of it for you. All right. Thank you very much for that super chat right there. That $2. Thank you, man. Appreciate that a whole lot. Super chats are the life of the show. Steven says, next Tuesday, the 24th, I'm having a karaoke live stream concert at 3:50 p.m. And I was thinking of if you want to stop by and say hello and sing us a song, might do that if that could possibly be done through a computer. All right. Yeah, shit. It'd hit me up on Tuesday if I'm around. I might do a stream on Tuesday. Matthew says, prayers for your wife at Blues Rocker. Keith Peterson says, play one of your original YouTube video songs. All right. Steven says, I subscribe to your channel. I appreciate that a whole lot, man. Thank you for that $5 there, Keith. Appreciate that a whole lot, man. I could do it with a pick. Yeah, it's a flat pick. Yeah. This one's off one of my albums. It's got drums and bass, but it's not going to have that tonight. So you can check my albums out, link below. This is off this album right here, If the Creek Don't Rise. Here we go. I stayed out drinking all night, smoked some of whiskey, got into a fight. I come home, Lord, she's burning man, yeah. Sleeping at the doghouse, Lord, she's giving the business. Seen me out, walking the streets with a low down hussy that I chance to meet. I come home, Lord, she burning man, yeah. Sleeping in the doghouse, Lord, she give me the business. all my money playing craps. Now I'm so broke I'll be begging for scraps. I come home, now she running man, yeah. Sleeping in the doghouse, now she give me the business. Now she burning man, yeah. Sleeping in the doghouse. Now she give me the business. Now the album there's available on my Bandcamp page. It's kind of a rockabilly type tune I did there. Matthew Felty says, oh yeah, very wordy. That's why I asked about riffs. So talking about Hot Rod Lincoln. Oh, shit, I forgot to do that for you. Yeah. Shit. Sorry about that. Let me try some Hot Rod Lincoln. A little bit of it. I know some of the music to it. Take a little gain off of here. Too much delay. Hot Rod Lincoln. Steven says, what year is that guitar? Is this? Just probably 2023. Like I bought it new out of a music store, like Guitar Center actually. They had it on clearance. I just felt like making an impulse buy. I walked up and grabbed it. It was like, it's a pretty cool guitar. Played it for about maybe 5 minutes and bought it for $500. It's an Epiphone Riviera. Blues Rocker says, my daughter had her nose swabbed and later did a nasal rinse, and tiny little particles came out that were letters on them. Taylor says, noise. Mark says, hi there. Those albums are worth grabbing. Go to Bandcamp. Yeah, Bandcamp, the link below. That's where my albums are at. You can get like CDs or digital copies of them. And Blues Rockers leaves a link there. He says, awesome job on that too. Appreciate that. Steven says, son, you're going to drive me to drinking if you don't stop driving that Hot Rod Lincoln. Miles Cushion says, the Roaring 20s was 100 years ago, and we're in the same situation 100 years later. It's not so roaring economically, but I mean, yeah. Blues Rocker says, didn't you buy that right before you made your album? Yeah, it wasn't too long before that, yeah. So Matthew Felty sends me $2, says, smoking man, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that super chat right there. I appreciate that a whole lot, man. Miles says, for the wealthy only. Oh, yeah, the 20s was kind of for the wealthy only. It is kind of like that now. say the 90s kind of had some similarities with the 20s though. Like the economy was booming off the .com shit, and then it just went like right after, you know, about when did the .com bubble like pop and stuff? Mark says, had a gig, first one in about 10 years. Fun. That sounds pretty cool. Shit. Did it go pretty good? Blues Rocker says, you buy that guitar from a music store or an online store like Sweetwater? I got it at fucking Guitar Center, actually. I was in there buying strings. Miles says, 98 when the .com bubble crashed. Taylor says 9/11. Mark says, watching these streams has been useful for getting back to playing. Taylor says, Zounds, you can do 0 interest payment plans. Yeah, I heard about that. I haven't tried it yet. I rarely buy stuff on credit. Blues Rocker says, got a name for your guitar? Not really. I don't really name my guitars. I mean, I got one that I've had for, over 25 years that I call the Motherfucker. That's my Burgundy Stratocaster with the 11s on it. It's been on the show before. That's about the only one I have a name for. I call the Gretsch a Big Red sometimes, so... Miles says, can you Django? No, I cannot Django. I'm not a jazz guy at all. I listen to jazz a lot. I kind of like the fact that I can't play jazz because jazz is like the one type of music where I can just sit back and be like an ignorant music fan and not analyze stuff. I can just listen to it and not even know what's going on. Like I'm not a jazz guitarist at all. I tried to learn some Wes Montgomery one time and I gave up on it. So. Mark says, have a tailor called Liz. Like Liz Taylor. Shit. Blues Rocker says, I saw that old Strat still in damn good shape for its age. Yeah, and I abused the fuck out of that thing too. Got that Strat when I was 19 years old. I mostly played Stratocasters most of my career, and lately I've been playing a lot of fucking humbucker shit guitars, you know. I had that fucking Les Paul my entire life. I mean, my dad had it before I was born. And I started playing that a lot, like a few years ago. Do you get muddy? I do some muddy. I did a couple songs on here earlier, actually, a couple muddy songs. Sebastian says, I still have my Mexican Strat HSS. I've had it since I was 16. Added springs in the back and lowered the tremolo. Basically hardtail, Ronnie Wood inspired mod. I did it. I did to it. Never had to do it. Set up again. That's pretty cool. Yeah, all my Strats that I've ever owned were Mexican ones. I got a HSS too. Like, it's just pretty cool. I think that damn humbucker on it still sounds like a single coil though. So mine, like I keep the tailpiece about an 1/8 inch off the body, something like that, you know. Ever learn any Brother Days? I don't think I did. I know you had quite a few people request it before, but if he played it in open E, I would choose to ignore those requests because open E puts a stress on the neck. Right? The Blues Rocker says 90s Fender put out some damn fine guitars. I believe my old one is a 2002, something like 2001, 2002. Sebastian says the humbucker is almost Gretsch sounding, but not quite. Mine is basically a Buddy Holly Sunburst with the humbucker on the bottom. Oh, okay. Huh. Yeah, like it's the way they're wired. Like you put a humbucker in a Fender, like it's still gonna sound kind of twangy and shit. See, if you go the other way and you set it up for like it has to do with like the volume pots you're using and stuff, like the resistance on the pots. If you go the other way and you set it up for a humbucker, it'll actually make the single coil pickups on the guitar sound like ice picks and shit. So you kind of have to make a compromise there, like when you got like humbuckers and single coils on a guitar. Miles says the Mr. Barry. Mark says my Strat's 1993. It's nice, but a bit weird, not standard. Blues Rocker says 2004 SG needs a setup. I'll walk it over to you. See you in 20 years. I'm pretty good at setting them up. I do it by feel, though. I don't take a lot of measurements and shit. Sebastian says, depends on how I set up the amp. When I got it going, I can almost get Malcolm Young's direct sound, but a Gretsch is in my future. Yeah, that'll definitely give you the Malcolm Young sound of Gretsch, yeah. Gretsch is about like halfway between a single coil and a humbucker, like the way it sounds. Bring me my shotgun. Lightning's bound to go shooting again. Bring me my shotgun. Lightning's bound to go shoot again. I'm gonna shoot my old lady. She been running around with too many men. Bring me my shotgun. Lord, in a pocket full of shell. Bring me my shotgun. Lord, in a pocket full of shell. I'm gonna shoot my old lady, put her down in that deep dug well. Fuck. And you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. Only reason I don't shoot you right now, my double-barrel shotgun just won't fire. Blues Rocker says, Ron here tonight. He hasn't been in here. I don't know if he didn't hear about the show or he's got shit to do. I'm not sure. Annoying Spore says, I refret stuff myself, but it's kind of buzzy way up, includes truss rod, but could be set up better. Yeah, that's one thing I don't know how to do is refret a guitar. Like, and I got a couple that need it too. Miles says, hallelujah. Annoying Spore says, get a bone nut and just measure and file it good till good. If you fucked up, just start over. He says, get down low, low, low. Blues Rocker says, I leveled frets on a Squire and it turned out well. Taylor says, I hate changing strings. Fuck that bullshit. I don't really like changing strings either. You get me a beer here. Just like the sound of new strings, though. Yeah, I mean, they do sound brighter. I mean, it matters more on an acoustic, at least for me. But these strings here have been on here a little bit, like, yeah, a little bit dirty, yeah. He says, I like those videos I've seen of Indonesian shops resanding and refretting everything. Just see how they do it. I watched some videos on refretting guitars, and I never really got into like buying the fucking equipment to do it with. I'd probably fuck it up. And the guitar that I got that needs refretting most is the Gibson Les Paul, which I would not trust myself with, like refretting. Keith Peterson sends me $2 in a super chat. He says, anybody chipping in for some new guitar strings? Yeah, I wish y'all would. Yeah, super chats are the life of the show. I'm probably more likely to play your request if you send me a super chat. And I would appreciate them a whole lot. That $sign there below the chat box. Get a different pick here. Machine gun, machine gun, tear my buddies all apart. Machine gun, machine gun, tear my buddies all apart. Evil man make me kill you. Evil man make you kill me too. Evil man make you kill me. Even though we're only families apart. Fight like a farmer. Lord, you shoot me down just the same. Yeah. Pick up my axe and fight like a farmer. You shoot me down just the same. With your own self to blame. Machine gun. Machine gun, tear my bodies all apart. Machine gun, tear my bodies all apart. Ready. Knowing sports says that's what come to mind when I heard the phaser hit Machine Gun. Blues Rocker says badass. Appreciate that. Keith says full blast. Thank you very much. Blues Rocker says, let's see, there it is. A guitar gasm. Taylor says, do you nine message to the universe or power of soul? Do I know message to the universe or power of soul? Let me see. Shit. Those are both on the same album. Let me see. I don't think I remember how they go. Like, oh, soul, everything is possible. Anything you want to do. Anything you want to do. Blues Rocker says, Ed, you keep playing like you did with the Machine Gun tune. I'm going to have to keep a box of tissue on my desk. Matthew says, my word, third rock jam's a vibe. I need a shot. Give me a shot here real quick. Let's see. What are we going to put on the table here? We'll put out the Irish whiskey and the Hennessy. Not a request, just wondering. Which one? We got some Hennessy cognac here, and we got some Jameson's Irish whiskey. Y'all tell me which one y'all want to see, and I'll do that one. Irish or cognac, get them votes in the chat. Keith Peterson sends $5. He says, Edward Phillips, thank you very much for that, Keith. I appreciate that a whole lot. Thank you very much for that, sir. Oh, Third Stone from the Sun. I knew it like a long time ago. I forgot how to do it, really. Miles says White Stripes. I mean, I play requests if I know them. If people send me super chats, you know, like but I don't know any White Stripes lyrically. Matthew says Hennessy. Okay, we got a vote for Hennessy. Keith Peterson says audio quality is kick ass. Cool, cool. Play a little background music. Actually, I haven't played a whole lot of my album stuff tonight. You're stuttering, bullshitting, and drinking your hell. I'm gonna do a whole album like with '90s vocals on it and be like, yeah, hell. Matthew says, yeah, Third Stone is what I meant. Yeah, yes, on Hendrix's first album. I think Stevie Ray Vaughan covered it. Blues Rocker says he's trying to make money like a modern day bluesman, but instead of handing out in front of a store, he's on a YouTube. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, busking on YouTube instead of being like in front of a drugstore. They don't have any medicine shows you can work for anymore. What makes a man? Is it the fucking the fucking lyrics I was trying to think of? What makes a man? Is it his quest for glory, or is it the way that he fights every day? So you can know your story, yeah. Well, that fucking that DVDA song that the South Park guys did. Now you're a man, man. You're a man. Now you're a man. Blues Rocker says more comfortable there in the AC, isn't it? I don't have the AC going actually, but yeah, I need to roll my sleeves up a little bit. I'm not sweating though. But then again, it takes money to run that AC. Yep. While my guitar gently weeps, I know about half of it. Taylor Langley says, I only see dudes selling shitty rap mixtapes from their trunks outside the gas station. They got them in the gas station here, shit. They'll actually put them on the shelf, like the local guys will come up with a rap CD and they'll put it out there. They used to sell like legitimate fucking tapes and stuff at gas stations. One of the first blues albums I ever owned was a Muddy Water tape that was bought at a gas station. We got a John Lee Hooker tape from a gas station too. What makes a man? Is it the woman in his arms? Just 'cause she has big titties? Or is it the way he fights every day? No, it's probably the titties. Now you're a man. A man. You're a man. Now you're a man. Annoying Spore says, tape, not literally tape. No one uses cassettes anymore. Yeah, this is back in the day, like when I was in like school and shit. Yeah. Yeah, it's cassette tapes. But they sell CDs in the stores now, like the gas, the gas station rap CDs and stuff. Miles says, hit me with some hooker. I mean, super chat me, I'll hit you with some hooker shit. Annoying Spore says, I mean Taylor's comment. Taylor says, used to go to this secondhand record shop, had a ton of blues CDs for cheap. I'm kind of used to the punk rock record shops, like that had all these weird like punk records, like G.G. Allin albums and shit. I used to hang out at one of those. It was next to the club we used to go to, Taylor says CD, same thing. Mark says they like it lo-fi hiss sounds. Blues Rocker says, who's gonna buy a laugh by watching you drink one of those rattlesnake shots? Yeah, $20 super chat. I'll do the rattlesnake shot of doom. Fucking yeah, 1 part Scotch, 1 part Irish whiskey, and 1 part French absinthe with wormwood. Taylor says, I got SRV, Hendrix Cream, Albert King, etc. for 50 cents a pop. Oh yeah, I remember when you could buy like vinyl records for $1 at the fucking flea market. Miles says, how do I super chat? And there's a $sign below the chat box there. You can go there and follow that. And let's see, Matthew Felty sends me $10. He says, if the house is a rockin' or tightrope, that's two I do not know, but I know that's let's see, House is a Rockin', that's a Stevie Ray Vaughan song. I'll play you some Stevie Ray Vaughan. I don't know either of those two, but thank you very much for that $10 there. I appreciate that a whole lot, sir. Thank you very, very much. Let's do some Stevie Ray. I play like a little bit of House is a Rockin'. I don't know the words to it. Don't need the univibe there. And the house is a rockin', don't bother knocking. With the house is a rockin', don't bother knocking. If the house is a rockin', come on in. It's about all I know of it. Let's do a Stevie Ray song there. Cut the gain down a little bit. There we go. Once was a sweet thing, baby. Held that love in our hand. Now I reach, kiss your lips, just don't mean a thing. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a train. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go, babe. Remember the way that you love me. Do anything that I say. Now I see you out somewhere. Won't give me the time of day. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a train. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go, babe. Too bad, so sad, too bad. Man, I was sorry for every causing you pain. Showed your appreciation by walking out anyway. Oh, that's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a train. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go, babe. Too bad, so sad, too bad. Alrighty. Taylor says shot. We'll do a shot, all right. Let's see. Keith says Edward can do stand-up FA. Blues Rocker says, loved your vocals every bit as much as you're playing on Cold Shot. Appreciate that. Matthew says, did Jägermeister ever try to use that for commercials? I don't know. I don't know if like Jägermeister fans really listen to Stevie Ray Vaughan, but let me see. We're more like college guys and stuff, right? I think the last time I drank Jägermeister, I was in college. What we got here? Keith Peterson says stand-up comedy audio tape, auto type is lying. I could probably write a stand-up show. I mean, I stammer a little bit, so I don't know how I'd deliver it, but like, you know, let me see. I could probably write a few hunks, you know. I can do like a stand-up routine, maybe like a short one at a comedy club, but I think the only comedy club around here fucking closed down. Let's see, Cuddy Sark or Irish whiskey? Y'all tell me which one, Scotch or Irish. This is Cuddy Sark blended Scotch. This was the favorite whiskey of Lyndon B. Johnson. And the Jamesons, well, needs no introduction, like really good stuff. While y'all are voting, let's go ahead and do some goddamn old John Lee Hooker. Okay, getting a lot of votes for Jamesons. I love the way you walk. 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 You my babe, I got my eyes on you. I love the way you talk. I love the way you talk. That baby talk. That baby talk. You my babe, I got my eyes on you. I see you every day. I see you every day. Your neighborhood, you my baby, I got my eyes on you. Got dimples in your jaw. 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 You my baby, got my eyes on you. I see you every day. I see you every day. Your neighborhood, you my baby, got my eyes on you. So Johnny Lee Hooker right there. A little background music playing. What is your best electric guitar for slide at the moment? I usually don't keep one set up for slide. I don't play a lot of fucking slide on the electric, honestly. Sometimes I'll grab like my little thin pinky slide, like when I'm playing live, and I'll do like the part to fucking old Rocky Mountain Way on there or something like that. But like I really don't have a guitar with like real high action on it like electric ones. I tend to prefer playing slide acoustically. Miles says, and thank you, Mr. Guitar Man. Well, yeah, welcome, dude. Oh, yeah. Got a bunch of votes for Irish whiskey. We'll do the Jamesons. The fucking ladybug in my shot glass. Well, I bet he's feeling good right now. Okay, well. Hope ladybugs ain't poisonous, but yeah. Here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pie, Prost, Skull, Slantia, all that good stuff. Right down the gullet. Some Jameson's Irish whiskey. Blues Rocker says you can raise the bridge really easy on an archtop electric like a Tone Pro bridge. Oh well, yeah, I know about that. I have set up electrics for slide before, but I don't currently have one set up for electric. I used to keep my fucking Lucille set up for slide, which is ironic because B.B. King couldn't play slide. He started doing the vibratos to kind of mimic a slide. I think I taste a little bit of that ladybug in that whiskey. Like Blues Rocker says, BB was a great vocalist, but hated the horns. He did pretty good with the horns, though. I mean, the horns probably drowned him out and shit. And I can imagine that. Yeah, horns are fucking loud. I've had to do sound for bands that had like saxophone players and stuff, and it like drove me crazy. The last band I did sound for that had a horn player, like when we were sound checking, the guy was like sandbagging it the whole time. Like he had a saxophone. He was like, so I put the mic like way down in the fucking hole on the horn and fucking like turned the shit all the way up on the mixer. You know, we did that. Me and another guy was running sound, and when they come time to play, like the guy was like. Shit. You run sound for people like you'll run into like people sandbagging it during the fucking sound check, and then when they go to play, like they'll fucking blare the shit, you know. Blues Rocker says electric drums work great for recording. I mean, I prefer the sound of a real drum set. It's sure a lot easier to record electric drums, but depending on like how good they are, you know, it might be obvious they're fake, you know. Miles says, have a good guitar life for me and a good night. Well, you have a good night there, Miles. Have a good one, dude. All right. There's a blind Joe Reynolds, some Louisiana blues from back in the day. Mark says compressors, limiters are your friend. Yeah, like I got 4 channels on my mixer that got compressors on there. I would like these days, like I wouldn't buy a mixer unless it had some compressors on a few of the channels. Well, when you lose your money, great guy, don't lose your mind. Well, when you lose your money, great guy, don't lose your mind. If you lose your whole woman, maybe don't you fool with mine. I'm gonna buy me a bulldog, watch my lady whilst I sleep. I'm gonna buy me a bulldog, watch my lady whilst I sleep. Cause the women these days so goddamn crooked, might make a 4-day creep. Tell all you married men how to keep your young wives at home. Tell all you married men how to keep your young wives at home. You better get you a job, roll with a man, carry your labor home. Well, you can't watch your wife and your outside women's too. Well, you can't watch your wife and your outside women too. You want to be at home doing your duck, whatever you trying to do, whatever you trying to do. I've told the story of this song a bunch of times on this channel. Cream covered this song on I believe it was on Disraeli Gears, same album that Sunshine of Your Love was on. And this guy was still alive, actually. He died about a year later. They had no idea he was still alive. He didn't make a dime on it. Like, he was still on the sidewalk, like, playing for fucking quarters and shit. He died in 1968. I believe they came out with this song in 1967. Yeah, blind Joe Reynolds. He got blinded by getting shot in the face with a fucking shotgun, like somebody peppered his ass. Yeah, fuck. I'll hold on to it. Yes, compressors and limiters definitely are your friend. Like, I wouldn't own a fucking mixing board these days if it didn't have like a few channels with like a compression knob on there. Especially on the vocals, like to have them on the vocals when I'm playing live. Taylor says, what brand is that parlor guitar? It is a Marquette by Lyon and Healy. Like Lyon and Healy is the maker, and the model is Marquette. I don't know if you can see it on camera. I don't think I can get enough light in here. No, not really. But inside the hole here, like it's wood burned. Like they took like a metal, like a hot piece of metal, like, and branded it with Marquette in there. But Lyon and Healy is the same people that came out with Washburn originally, and Washburn back then was like the good line of guitars. Like this was the cheap shit here. And of course now, a fucking Washburn's like, I see we got school kids in here playing a fucking Washburn, right? Blacksmith says, good morning from London. Keep the blues alive. Love your slide playing. I'm still learning the damn guitar. Well, keep working at it, man. It takes a while, I was like 9 or 10 years old when I first started. Damn finger picking. You got nowhere to put anything. Let me see. Mississippi John heard. It's about the town he lived in called Avalon, Mississippi. Got New York this morning just about 9:30. Got New York this morning just about 9:30. Hollered morning in Avalon, couldn't hardly keep from crying. Avalon, my hometown, always on my mind. Avalon, my hometown, always on my mind. Pretty mamas in Avalon, want me there all the time. Avalon, throwing kisses and waving at me. Train left Avalon, throwing kisses and waving at me. Said, come back, Daddy, stay right here with me. Avalon, small town, have no great big rain. Avalon, small town, have no great big rain. Pretty mamas in Avalon, sure will spin your chain. New York's good town, hell, it's not for mine. New York's good town, but it's not for mine. back to Avalon. Pretty girls all the time. Now my hand hurts. The Mississippi John hurt right there. It was from the Mississippi Delta area, but did not play Delta blues. He kind of like just finger picked shit, like did like Piedmont style almost, like ragtime type stuff. Kyle says, Bluesman, great show. Appreciate that. Sporty Otter Pop says, just came in for a hurt number. Great. He was my favorite. Cool. Glad to see you. Ain't seen you in a while. Appreciate that a whole lot. Blues Rocker says, I took my acoustic down to drop D, then left the D on the 6th string and tuned the guitar back to standard. Needs a capo to get true standard, but easy solos now. Left the D on the 6th string and then tuned the guitar back to standard. Shit. I mean, I know a lot of people who tune like a step down or a half step down or whatever. And like some metal guys will tune down to like C sharp and shit like that. I just keep mine in standard, but I might be going down a half step like in a few bands like like sometime soon, just so I can fucking like sing worth of shit. I'm like in a band now that's doing like more kind of rocky poppy material, and turns out like all these really popular rocky poppy songs are written for tenors. Like for some reason, like the popular audience likes guys with high voices, and I'm not a tenor, I'm a high baritone. I can't hit like half the notes in some of the more popular tunes. I cannot sing fucking Michael Jackson. Sporty says, you've been streaming too short for my sleep habits lately. Cutting off before I wake. Oh, okay, yeah. I have been, yeah. There was a few weeks there where I was like, God damn it, fucking dead. I'm going over to Patreon. Fuck it. Matthew says, who's that playing? Ed, the guitar-lator. Says, love drop D. There's some blues songs that are like drop D, like Statesboro Blues I played earlier. Stack of Lee, I think, is in drop D. I play it in drop D. Sporty says, where's my friend in mischief, Jody? I haven't seen her tonight. No Ron, no Jody tonight. Blues Rocker says, bands like Kiss and Led Zeppelin tuned half a step lower, but Sabbath tunes to C sharp. Tony Iommi had to do that because of his finger injury. Yeah, he started the precedent for metal bands like tuning way down. I didn't know Kiss tuned a half a step down. I know Van Halen did it. Hendrix did it after his maybe first or second album. A lot of them fucking like heavier guys, like well, not heavier, like hard rock guys, like Motley Crue and people like that. They tuned a half step down. Blues Rocker says, Kiss did it to copy Zeppelin. I wish they had done a better job of copying Led Zeppelin. I might listen to more Kiss, but shit. Sporty says, Kiss was a few steps down. Dang, too early for good cracks. Only been away. Yeah. It's like one of the funniest things I've ever seen was Carol Kay sitting down with Gene Simmons. If you don't know who Carol Kay is, like look her up. She was one of the Wrecking Crew, but one of the people who played on all those pop records in L.A. back in the '60s, like Beach Boys and fucking Mamas and the Papas and all that stuff, and the Byrds. Her like in a video sitting down with Gene Simmons, like trying to teach him how to play bass properly, and he's like, okay, whatever. The Blues Rocker says the Alive album might be live, but it might not be live, but it was a solid album. I mean, there's some of their music I like. I thought Destroyer was a pretty good record. Like I fucking like God of Thunder and Detroit Rock City and stuff, but it's not a band that I could sit down and like take seriously. Like it's just like there's like some pop songs from the 90s I like, but I can't take them seriously. It's like, well, good stuff, but I'm not gonna like suck their dicks if I meet them or something, right? Sporty says I'd want to teach him how to behave properly. Forget about his music. Hee. Taylor says, all right, I'm heading out. Well, you have a good one, man. Good to have you in here, Taylor. We'll probably do a Patreon stream Wednesday, Taylor. Annoying Spore says, there's a Metallica song I just heard that has the guitar riff kind of sounding like Detroit Rock City. Could it possibly be Four Horsemen? Very early Metallica song that Dave Mustaine actually wrote. Yeah. You might be talking about Four Horsemen. Can't remember the name, probably, yeah. I'll play them both and we'll see. Sporty says, you said you found attendance in your lives low lately. How yucky. Yeah, I mean, did pretty good tonight. Like, but something about this time of year, like this, like just after Christmas thing, like, just sucks for music in general. Sucks for selling albums, getting gigs, anything musical, really. Sporty says, perhaps blame the algorithm. Notifications are really whacked lately. Yeah, YouTube doesn't tell people I'm around. Like, sometimes, yeah. Let me see. Okay, so Detroit Rock City is like. Hang on. I don't play it very much. Then you got Four Horsemen by Metallica, which is like this. Kind of sounds a little bit like Detroit Rock City. But Metallica is a band that I actually paid money to see. Blues Rocker says, love that Kiss tune, Watching You. That's not one I'm familiar with. Is that on fucking Destroyer? Blues Rocker says, love your metal playing, but I know from experience it's near impossible to make money gigging. Yeah, in a metal band, yeah. I played for a year in a metal band, and we basically paid to play. Like, I mean, we literally had to, we had to rent U-Hauls and all kind of bullshit like that, and the bar didn't pay shit, and yeah, we ended up like actually paying to play. Sporty says, have gone back to E-guitar and need to be careful after 12 string. Tend to play too hard and play my notes out of tune. Knowing Sports says, I made $20 once, had a band for a year in college. Probably a lot of beer. But yeah, I mean, I won't even like leave the house for less than like $150 a person. Like these days. I've been doing some $1,000 ones and $1,200 ones and shit like that. Blues Rocker says, Hotter Than Hell albums where Watching You was the studio recording, but the Alive version was better. But my dad had a boner for Alive 2 for some reason. I like Alive number 2. And I don't know why. I never sat down and listened to it. He was big on Kiss. He saw him like 6 times. He said, dang, YouTube keeps editing me. Really? Yeah, I guess they do that now. I don't know. Blues Rocker says, first 3 albums were by far the best in my opinion. Sporty says, hard guitars build the hands up strong and tend to strum hard. Yeah, I mean, hard to play guitars. Yeah, like guitars with bad action, like the kind I grew up on. Like those will make you good. Sporty says, yeah, I got error on the remark above and nothing foul in it. That's weird. Yeah, YouTube's like been out of control for years now. Blues Rocker says, but the best was the Alive album. Sporty says, first time posting it. Jesus. Annoying Spore says, sometimes things disappear into the void on YouTube. Yeah, oh yeah. Now, I'll tell you what's weird. Like, I got an email the other day. Says, was like DMCA takedown notice. Like, you know, never had one in my life, like on here. And I clicked it, and it was like a phishing scam. It was like a scam email. It was like, DMCA takedown, click this link to fucking to take care of it, you know. But you used content from Disney. But it was like a scam email. That the email address was not from YouTube. It was in like Italy. Blues Rocker says, yeah, what's your favorite live album? I would have to say Double Live Gonzo by Ted Nugent. Let's see, Sporty Otter says they have to mess with their own algorithms due to certain new EU laws and stuff. Oh, okay, yeah. Shit. Yeah, they're kind of like bowing down to the the fucking whatever kind of imperial government they have there in the EU. Like, Sporty says they protect us better here. Shit. I was watching YouTube, like I wasn't a member. I was watching YouTube like back in probably 2006 when they first came out, and it was like the Wild West in here. I mean, people were just saying like whatever, like that they were like literal fucking Nazis in uniform on here, like just crazy shit like that. And I mean, I have to say, like I kind of wish it was still that open. I mean, maybe don't have to fucking allow the Nazis on here, but goddamn, they are very censorious these days. Well, it have been for a long time. Like it kind of started when Google bought them. But Annoying Sports says places like Cambodia are way out of hand with the scam centers, like 40 billion or 40% of the economy or some crazy shit. Jesus, man. But the scam email I got was from an Italian email address. It was weird. Sporty says, from Wild West to overdoing censoring my non-nasty words. Sporty says, devil's advocate, they should be protecting kids better. All the socials, YouTube they did get caught doing basically data mining on kids, which is highly illegal. And that was like a few years ago. Blues Rucker says, you have a favorite Metallica album? Most people would say Master of Puppets, great recording, but I prefer Kill 'Em All. Let's see. Probably Puppets for me, yeah. Sporty says, to me, that undoes your free speech argument. I mean, I don't. I mean, how so? How so? Blues Rocker, yeah. Yeah, Metallica probably. Yeah, I would say Master of Puppets, like probably their Sgt. Pepper, probably their masterpiece. Close second, probably Ride the Lightning. Sporty says, okay, I believe that for free speech to work, speakers must control themselves with societal norms for the good of everyone. Well, yeah, I mean, you're expected to do that, but not everybody does it, you know. And I can like be down with YouTube, like banning Nazis and stuff. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. But like a lot of stuff, they kind of go overboard, like in just banning people and censoring people and stuff. Which, if it were me, I wouldn't even give a shit about nothing, really. Matthew says, Super Chat earlier tonight made me change my compliment from smoking man to smoking man. I don't know if I thought it was a sexual or hit violent reference. I have no idea. Yeah, with YouTube. Yeah. Sporty says, choose to honor the social contract we live under. Yeah. Sporty says, that is too many folks abused it and not keep their own self-discipline within the social contract. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you guarantee a freedom to people, like a certain amount of people are gonna like behave like irresponsibly with it. I mean, you know, it's just the nature of the beast. Like, you know, if we had like outright direct democracy, like fucking like a bunch of people would be stupid about it. Like, which still the best system though. Like, you know, we need we need like free speech rights, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, all that good stuff. But yeah, there are some people who are going to be assholes. Like, you just have to put up with them. I think it's better to have those kinds of freedoms than not, right? See, Annoying says, it seems to be the audio. I can't record any stream with any other content in it. Sporty says, so for the protection of the social rules, some things need to be cracked down on those who cannot control their own selves. Just my own 2 cents. Matthew says, guess they don't care about in don't care about in regular chat. Which most YouTube censorship of me is like has been justified. Like, it's been me doing copyright stuff, and they said you're blocked for, you know, doing something copyright. Oh, okay, fine. I've never personally been censored for saying like the wrong word or saying like anything fucked up, which I do from time to time. Like, I'll say like edgy stuff just to kind of fuck with people. I still got that punk rock in me, but YouTube, like, thus far has never fucked with me for like, you know, being a little blue in my humor or something like that. But some people it does happen to. I don't know why it hadn't happened to me yet. Sporty says, but fundamentally we agree that the social contract basically is in our own power. Yeah, that's true. That's pretty much true. Annoying Spore says, you can't censor live streams if it isn't saved. unless someone complains about some past stream, right? Oh yeah, they like anything you got on your channel, like somebody can complain about it. Don't matter if it's 10 years ago. Sporty says, I think the press now is a good example of why we need laws, or the president. Yeah, well, doesn't matter now. The Supreme Court says that laws don't apply to the president. So, whoops. Yeah, they basically gave him like almost full immunity. To control vengeful maniacs. Yeah, whoops. The Annoying Spore says, just don't keep it, no record. I delete some streams, like, just like maybe fucked up a song in the beginning or something like that. Sporty says he was a huge whoops. I didn't vote for him, but I can't believe that like some people lived through 8 years of George Bush and still thinks Trump is the worst president ever. I've got fucking Bush derangement syndrome. Like, fuck that motherfucker. I don't want him to come back. Like, but but hang on one second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a leak and take care of some man business. She says, I think Reagan did annoying. And the change began there. But Reagan kind of created the whole neocon thing, right? Blues Rocker says, Obama was worse than Bush, like Trump or hate him. He's better than Sleepy Joe. Obama was a big letdown for me. A lot of people my age don't vote anymore because Obama kind of let us down. Like, that I voted for him, and he's like, "Oh, fucking change. We're gonna have change." Yep. And he got in office, and he was like, he started like being like at a loss for words all the time, and his hair turned gray like real quick, and he was just like, it's complicated. I actually saw Obama live before he even won the primaries. Okay, here in South Carolina, we have a pretty important primary election here because it's so early, and and I got to see Barack Obama because I was living in Columbia, South Carolina at the time, the capital of the state. And Sporty says Obama was a letdown for me too. He was the only presidential candidate or presidential anybody that I ever got to see live. And this was before like we even knew he was going to be the candidate. Annoying Spore says they're more than the same, different about foreign policy. He continued a lot of Bush's bullshit. That was the crazy thing about him. Blues Rocker says it wasn't a good look to have U.S. president with Alzheimer's. I was against Joe Biden before he even got nominated. Okay, not just for being like fucking demented, but also he voted for the Iraq War back in the day, which is an automatic disqualification for me. Like getting my vote. So fuck him. Yeah, I didn't vote for him. I voted third party in that one. Sporty says, I wanted him to free Peltier and right some wrongs, and he was just a putz in the end. But that Leonard Peltier, the Indian guy, like I thought they freed him. Like guy that like apparently like he shot an FBI agent or something. Like the punk rock guys that used to talk about him. Let's see. Blues Rocker says, yes, we can. Annoying Sports says, that's what people said about Clinton. Yep. And I got like some fond memories of Bill. I'm nostalgic about Bill. I love fucking Bill Clinton. But maybe not Hillary, but Bill I love. But yeah, Hillary Clinton voted for the Iraq War also, so she lost my vote in 2016. I voted for a third party, voted for Jill Stein. Blues Rocker says, I'm from Chicago area, and I knew Obama wasn't good before he was elected. So see, none of us knew who he was, like outside of that area. Mark says, okay, so I have this right. Looking at the chat, all the presidents suck. Got it. Bring back the monarchy. Says, I'm joking. Fuck politics. The last awesome president was probably fucking what, FDR maybe. Annoying Sports says there would have been better Dem candidates than Biden for sure. Yeah, I mean he was fucked. Like even when he got elected, I think he was like kind of demented and stuff. Annoying Sports says I don't know what choice you're supposed to have after all that. Yep. Sporty says I think it's the Democrats' fault we got Trump twice for pushing Biden. Right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, they totally slipped up on that one. Like, I predicted that Kamala wasn't going to win. I voted for her anyway, but I predicted she wasn't going to win. She didn't win. Sporty says, and I had thought that Obama should, if he were just the man he claimed. he was kind of like Bush Part 2, really. Like, I mean, you know. And then like afterwards, he came out like talking all this like radical shit, like, yeah, we need to change this and that. Like, why didn't you do it, motherfucker? He had this video about younger people need to vote more. Like after he was president. Well, guess why we don't? You motherfucker. We voted for you, and you fucked us over. So Matthew says, just checked out Steady Rolling Man while you were out. That's a good song. Blues Rocker says, to think the left side didn't want to free the slaves and the Republicans freed them, but most blacks are Democrats. Well, historically, like, back in the day, like, the Republicans were actually the progressive party. In fact, they were literally called that in the early 20th century, like the progressive movement. And the Democrats back in those days were the Southerners. That they were the more pro farmer, pro kind of slaveholder party. The Republicans were like they were always the business party. The Republicans were like the big business party, but they were also had like an abolitionist element. They were the anti-slavery party. They were formed actually as an anti-slavery party. Anyway, Blues Rocker says, I too love Clinton until all that NAFTA shit. Bill Clinton like passed some really dumb laws, but I still love old Bill, man. I wish they'd bring him back for a third term if he'd lived through it, Blues Rocker says Monica Lewinsky was real swisher sweet. Just ask any Dutch master. No. Bill wasn't smoking Dutch masters and shit. You know that. He probably had a goddamn Cohiba or something he shoved up in her pussy. Sporty says, yeah, Blues Rocker, I find him probably the least destructive in my lifetime. And at least Monica was an adult. Right, yeah. But you think Bill Clinton was like using a fucking Dutch master on her? Shit. Probably had like a Gurkha or some shit. Blues Rocker says she was cute. Yeah, I mean, she, had like a little bit of chub going on, but she was, she was fucking cute. But I mean, pretty big difference between her and like, you know, who JFK was sleeping with. But Sporty says, whoever in power has put their pants all over the place, put their parts all over the place. Yeah. And Sporty says, they all do the outrage, was ridiculous, but he blew it because he lied. Right? Yeah. I was watching live, watching the fucking news as a high schooler when he said, yeah, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. And I remember that shit like, that kind of depends on what the definition of the word is. Sporty says that lie was gross, of course. Of course you did, dumbass. Yeah, yep. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what they got him for, perjury and obstruction of justice. Blues Rocker says she was just adding a little moisture to Bill's cigar. Right. I mean, I don't know why people were so down on her. I mean, like if my daughter, like, you know, screwed the president, I'd be like, cool, awesome. Shit. I mean, you know, if you're gonna fuck around with somebody, I mean, damn, right? But anyway, I'm probably going to go to about 2 o'clock, maybe a few more minutes, you know. Been on here quite a while now. Just kind of hanging out, chatting a little bit, you know, about Played Out and stuff. Kind of enjoyed having like a little bit of socio-political discussion and stuff. Excuse me. But yeah, I went to Washington in middle school, and I remember like walking into. They took us to see. I think it was the Senate. They took us into the Senate chamber at the fucking at the Capitol building. You know, to sit up in the gallery up there, and those high seats they have up there to watch the Senate. And I remember them mentioning Whitewater. They were talking about Whitewater at the time. That was one of Bill Clinton's scandals and shit. Yeah, the old Bill like won in '92, so I would have been 9 years old in '92, and when he left office, I was 2000. That was 17. Yeah, I was 17, I think, when he left office, and George Bush took over. Yeah, so 2001, when Bush was inaugurated. Yeah, was I 16? Shit. Math is a little beyond me right now, and I have a math degree, but I've been drinking all night. Blues Rockers has been listening to anything new lately. Hard to find good music that's not AI crap. I just been listening to the same stuff I usually listen to. Just keep it on the soul station on the radio on my car, and fucking listen to a little bit of jazz here and there, a little bit of classical here and there, some blues here and there, some rock and roll here and there. Just nothing new that's like particularly been striking to me, really. Annoying Sports as wow, I don't even remember that. Talking about Whitewater, yeah, dude, that was the first big scandal Bill had. Had something to do with like some land or something. I can't even remember really. Sporty says, how long is it now since you quit smoking? We need to have a party at the year anniversary. It was October when I quit. I stayed sober for October so I could quit smoking. And yeah, could breathe really good now. Only bad thing is I gained a lot of weight. And I got this fucking, Jesus, like fat as fuck now. So might have to do like atheist Lent or something and give up alcohol for a while again and lose some weight. Blues Rocker says, how big of an album collection do you own? Well, I got a bunch of records like right here below me. Most of the stuff I own these days is digital, but I got like probably 100 or so albums down there, and I got a bunch more down there at my old house. Just vinyl records, and my CDs, like I don't even fuck with them anymore. I just listen to stuff on YouTube or bootleg it on fucking Pirate Bay or something like that. Sporty says, sober October, you made me giggle. Yep, I had sober October. For the express reason of quitting smoking. I suffered for a couple of weeks, and I got off the fucking tobacco. Sporty says, yeah, I can see a little chub, but as long as you can close your shirt, don't fret. Yeah, I gained like a bunch of weight. Like I stayed at maybe 205, 210 when I smoked, and now I'm like close to 230. That just since I quit smoking in October. So yeah, quitting smoking will make you gain weight. Blues Rocker says, give up all the sweets and white flour and the weight comes off. Probably right, yeah. Sporty says, I go far too thin this winter, not good. Got far too thin this winter. Yeah, well, what'd you do? I wish I could. Shit. One of my heart meds is kind of like Ozempic and makes gaining heart. Oh, okay, yeah. So it's medication. My sister got on Ozempic and she's like a damn one of those like runway models now. She's like a stick figure. Let's see, Annoying Sports says, I had to stop a bunch of stuff because of ridiculous high blood pressure. That'll do it. But mine has been okay, like, thus far, you know. Blues Rocker says, my mom uses hard candy to keep us from eating little cakes and cookies. Annoying Sports says, a dentist made me notice it. Sporty says, mine is not Ozempic, but it's the family of meds for diabetics. Oh, okay, yeah. And Blues Rocker says, butterscotch or peppermints? I haven't like dared to ask my sister for any Ozempic. Like everybody else that said they done it like says it sucks and makes you feel like shit, but she liked it. Sporty Otter says they found that a family of diabetic medications helps protect bad hearts too. Damn. Overweight and 42, yeah. The bad thing is that my fucking cardio's great because I use an exercise bike 3 days a week and I can run circles around anybody just fucking overweight, you know. Sporty says, my doctor wants me to be over 110 pounds and right now I'm not that heavy. Okay, yeah, that's probably, yeah, about 100 pounds is like the lower limit for like women, like as far as weight goes, yeah. Annoying says, that's light. Yeah, I'm 230. I'm close to 230. But yeah, 110. Yeah, that's Doctor wants me to be 110 pounds, and I'm not. Yeah, that's. I don't know how tall you are, but you're bound to be real skinny. Annoying Sports says I try to stay like 180. I wish I was at 180 like back when I originally hit 180 like years ago. Like I'd like, oh man, I'm fat. Fuck. I kind of wish I was 180 right now. Says my scale broke though. Annoying Sports says I'm probably not. Sporty says I could probably carry up to 130, then I'd start looking chubby. Okay, so you're kind of a smaller person. $152. We'd probably go to 2 o'clock. How about let's do a shot for the road and play another song, and I'll get the fuck off here. Blues Rocker says made from sheep's wool. They're glad you're here longer tonight. Yeah, I've been getting off of here early, recently, like just going over to Patreon and talking to people over there. You know, if it gets like too slow in here, I'll be like, well, see y'all later. Blues Rocker said, crazy shit. Sporty says, and I got to say hi. Seriously, been trying, but you were quitting early. Yep. This is like a proper length show tonight. Let us take a shot for the road, play a song, and get the fuck out of here. What we gonna put on the table here? Okay, we got some Hennessy cognac. And we got some Cuddy Sark blended Scotch whiskey. So y'all tell me, cognac or Scotch. Or for $20, I'll do the fucking rattlesnake shot of doom. And that'll be 1 part Scotch, 1 part Irish whiskey, and 1 part fucking French absinthe. Master Guitar Slayer says, I'm in good shape, but overweight too. Have a massive 30-pound growth hanging between my legs. Oh, shit. I've got something like that, but I mean, chicks like it a lot. God, me and my stupid jokes. Yeah, I got pretty good cardio. I'm just overweight. See, the Blues Rocker says, ignorance is bliss, so I'm going to take another hit. All right, smoke them if you got them. Sporty says, yeah, song for Jody. Well, if she was here, I wish I could find the song that has her name in it. Like I'd have to have lyrics for that. Blues Rocker says, cognac. Sporty says, she'd be so antsy by now with how long we blabbered in with no music. Oh, yeah. Sporty says, absinthe, Ben Sewer. Ben Sewer. Paid him $20, like, would get the shot of death, like the fucking absinthe mixed with the whiskey and stuff. The rattlesnake shot of doom. Annoying Spore says, I have a new hobby, sweeping snow on the sidewalk in front. It's like curling, I guess. Why the fuck is curling a sport at the Olympics? Like, I could probably play that right now. Like, and I have no idea about it, and I'm fucking fat. So, Sporty says snow sweeping can be very zen. Says with the right mindset. Okay, so we got 1 vote for cognac. Any more votes? Annoying Sports says Canada, probably the explanation. Well, curling comes from Scotland, but Canada might have got it in there. I don't know. Scotland's like the all-time champion of like silly sports. Like they invented golf and all that kind of shit, like throwing logs. Sporty says cognac. Stein Eric Volstad says hello from Norway. What's up, man? Skål. All right, let's do the cognac. Where's the patented Ed Phillips blues? Oh, here we go. Yep. The patented Ed Phillips blues shot glass. All right, some Hennessy cognac. Jeffrey Boyle sends me a peace sign. What's up? All right, here we go. Cheers, Prost, Skål, Kimpai, L'chaim. Cheers, all that great stuff. Nazdrovia, right down the fucking gullet. Sporty Otter says, some of them are probably pretty wild and real, and balls can fly into the sea. Balls can fly into the sea. Not quite sure what you're referring to there, but all right. Let's do a Patton song here. Let me see. A thumb pick here. Sporty says it was about Scottish golf. Oh, okay. Yeah, like the fucking golf balls. Like around here they got ponds, like no sea. But yeah, and I'm sure if you drained the pond at the local country club, like you get like 5,000 golf balls. Here we go.
Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. 1 and 1 and 2, 2 to 2 and 4. I'm having lonely, baby. I'm booked, I got to go. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. 2 to 2 is 4, 4 to 2 is 6. Keep monkeying around your friends, get your business all in a trick. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. 6 and 2 is 8, 8 and 2 is 10. No friend don't get you one time. She sure gonna get you again. Crying, hey, baby. Honey, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago? I'm going to California, back to the Moon Highway. Somebody will tell me that you need my help someday. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago? So Robert Johnson right there, the ultimate blues standard. We had a fella in here with a Robert Johnson picture on his profile there. I think it was a Guitar Slayer. What's the name? Oh yeah, Master Guitar Slayer. Sporty says dry white toast for Elwood. Yeah, 4 fried chickens. Sebastian says, sounded great tonight, man. Thanks for entertaining the family. We'll catch you next time. All right. Well, glad you showed up, man. See you next time. Probably Wednesday, be when I get back on here. Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sporty Otter Pop says, sliding your E shape. Let's see, instead of changing the chords for the 12 bar, just began those slides to 5. Yeah, I don't know why I play fucking Sweet Home Chicago that way. I just some random reason. Like I could go, but for some reason, like the way I learned it, like I just go. No particular reason. But anyway, yeah, need to play the Batman theme so I can get us out of here. Jeffrey Boyle says, wow, your voice is really sounding like Robert Johnson tonight. Very natural. Appreciate that. I try to sound like him. Sporty Otter says, a friend taught me to play Killing Floor like that. It really works for E blues. I think Killing Floor was an A, wasn't it? Mark says, nice tunes tonight, Ed. Thanks. All right, cool. Appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, Julie Newmar. Jeffrey says, welcome. Mark says, I need to go play now. All right, here we go. Let's, Sporty Otter says, was it A? Yeah, Killing Floor. Yeah. All right, here we go. Play the traditional closing theme and get us out of here. Alrighty. Blues Rocker says, love it. Sporty says, I did Killing Floor and Death Litter with her collabs until she screwed me over. Death Litter's in the droning E slides. I do it in G, like open G. But Sporty says, glad I caught you tonight, Edward. Yeah, glad you showed up. Haven't seen you for a while. Shit. Anyway.
All right, it's that time now. I'm going to head out of here. Blues Rocker says, enjoy the rest of your night. Well, you too, man. And, all right, we'll end it right now. Peace off.